A very good morning to one and all present here. Today we are gathered here for the 5th day of the GIAN course. Now we are going to move with the lecture series. Session is over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. So welcome all again. So almost we're reaching to last day of that program. So today the topic for the lecture is ethylene management for the fresh produce. Okay, during the specifically for the post-harvest handling. So for the outline for that one, we're starting with the probably ethylene. What is ethylene? How it produced and how it's affected for the post-harvest quality, and what may be the strategies during the post-harvest solution to manage the ethylene. Okay. So probably those who are working in the food and agriculture side, you may get the idea of what is ethylene here. Ethylene is the colorless gas actually, and mostly that hormone during the ripening process, that's a produce naturally produced by the some fruits, particularly climateric one. If we're coming from the stages actually from the physiological changes for the plant, for the fruits and vegetable from growth, maturation, ripening and senescence. So particularly the ripening stages, that ethylene hormones will be released, and that know the stages for the ripening one. So particularly the ethylene, when we say here, it may be very important here, particularly for the all growth stages for the fruits and vegetable, when we consider during the stage of ripening for our product. And what we consider here for the application in the post-harvest side, though the ethylene is aware from the last century, but last 50 years the application of ethylene as a artificial side or additional side that is using in the food industry. And what though is a natural process ethylene for the when we're looking for the ripening stages for the products or that hormone is produced, initially how they come in the market, particularly when the lightning and inflammable glass, that maybe accelerate the process of ethylene production. And once that approach come in the reality, then it comes in the market that they can use the artificial ethylene for the process. So initially they noted from the when they use the inflammable glass actually, and that may be accelerate the process of ethylene production. So particularly whenever once we harvest the plant, fruits and vegetable, and once we harvest the mature stages and next stage may be ripening, with the stages during all our post-harvest, during maybe the transportation, storage, on what type of packaging we are using, that all are responsible for the ethylene production during the process. And mostly for the climateric fruits, whenever we talk about banana, mango, they are more relevant towards the ripening on that one. And particularly why it's important, mostly for the climateric fruit, the ripening stages of the fruits are ripening happening due to ethylene production process, and it may be given the positive even for the it releases with the taste and texture of the product. But at the same time, if it's not controlled by the ethylene, maybe you get the adverse effect even. So in the post-harvest studies, one thing always they concern here, like when we looking for the management of practices, what we concern commonly, that's the temperature, humidity, gases, oxygen, carbon dioxide. But related to that, ethylene, maybe we can see not in each study or each experiment we can more concern for that one. That's why we mentioned that one. It is frequently measured sometimes, the ethylene. But like whenever post-harvest study, we know we talk about temperature, what is the relative humidity, what is the respiration, that things we always discuss about this one. And now whenever come with the climatic specific fruits and fruits, we cannot ignore the working with the ethylene actually, or managing the ethylene process. So when we see here with the ethylene during the process, during the process of ripening side, at the fruits, vegetable, what we say with the respires and during the process, and what's the byproduct we are getting, that may be CO2, water, and at the same time ethylene. Okay, so mostly what we consider here is a natural hormone produced by, but now in the process of post-harvest management, whenever they are required for the product to sell in the market or looking for the quality of the products, artificially we supplying the ethylene, but at the same time what we consider here, when we supplying that one, the idea here to regulate the ripening or even ripening for the product, what was required for the consumers or the market, and mostly products which are releasing high ethylene, particularly if we consider the product banana, mango, or avocado. And even the another purpose here, what they say, for the degreening of the citrus fruit or even inhibit the sprouting of the potato, that ethylene is useful here. And mostly cases, whenever we look for the ethylene using for the product, and the ethylene production also controlling here, enhancing the aroma, because if we see in the market when the ripening happening, the fruits releasing the odor, that's a flavor actually. When we say when the mango get ripening or banana get ripening, is due to ethylene, we can see that some pleasant or some smell what we experience. That's the aroma that is produced during the process. But if it's not controlled, because at the same time you can found there, once the process gets accelerated, we cannot stop. Okay, in the ethylene one, and that's why mostly sometimes it may lead to your negative negative output for this one. Mostly like even the fruit disorder, in the big sprouting we can found, and even the spoilage is maybe lead here. So one thing we can get here actually, whenever they looking for the ethylene side, initially we control and regulate and monitoring. That is one thing they always advocate actually. You must monitor the process. So at the same time, whenever ethylene production we are an application, our idea here to get the ripening, and as we require at the same time, mostly fruits and vegetables when we go for the ethylene side, like evenly ripen, not get a product but uneven. But at the same time, mostly the experience here when is not a monitor or control ethylene application, they found here always the adverse effect actually. That may be not expected. That's we come in the study. That's we have coming in that. Okay, that is the doses. That's the ethylene we use for the that particular product application for the product. But after with the time period, and when they see here, finally they go here the strategies of the last stages of the product, and this may be negative side, maybe sometimes disorder during the storage, and sometimes super special card, sometimes the carrot get a bitter, okay, even some sometimes the buds from the fruit trees that may be dying during the process. So mostly you can come here whenever we talk about ethylene, they come, and that is maybe a bookish one. We always say, okay, climatic fruits, they release more ethylene, okay, compared to non-climatic. And what we consider, because these fruits from our region, maybe banana, mango, or avocado, where we are releasing, and when we consider here, when the non-climatic, we not coming that from that, they not release. The releasing is very low quantity, okay, very low quantity. So non-climateric and immature climateric fruit tissue, here what we mentioned here that ethylene suppresses their own synthesis. However, in our climateric fruit, the ethylene enhances their own synthesis and moving towards the ripening stages. Now, some products, you can come here, one idea here, when we see the climatic fruits also, some fruits releasing high quantity of ethylene and some are low. And the damage particularly depends on some factors actually when we see the adverse effect of the ethylene. That's what type of product, okay, commodity we are using. Commodity in terms, like those the product coming from the climateric one, but the ethylene release during the process of ripening may be small. What we get the understanding here, like if the fruits like a banana, which require or release higher quantity of ethylene. At the same time, the temperature, the process at when we go for higher temperature, the process of respiration, transpiration, and which may leads to the process of ethylene coming from the product during the process. The ethylene concentration, when we look for what concentration we are using, sometimes in the market, as the demand and we're looking for the sell the product in the market, and artificially the percentage doses, they may go even the higher to make the ripening faster, and even the for how much period we are looking. That all factor look how the effects are on the how the product's responses towards the ethylene. However, the mostly what they consider here, because they have the direct relationship with the quality of the ethylene and how it links with the damaging happening with the product. However, how much ethylene we are producing during the process and the sensitivity with the product, they found sometimes the linkage, but not exactly we can say, okay, this production link with the sensitivity directly. So that's why they always say it's not always related actually. Okay. And another one, some product, like when we say the high ethylene producing product like banana or mango, and like the vegetables like cabbage or broccoli, okay, they not release high percentage of ethylene, okay, though they release the ethylene. They are quite sensitive actually, and if we have additional ethylene supply for that product, additional sometimes we do by intentionally or sometimes unintentionally. So unintentionally, what we consider here, during the handling practices, even the damage of the product, it may be accelerate the process of ethylene, release the ethylene. Okay, so sometimes unintentional process also helping making here negative effect on the ethylene production. But when the products are sensitive, you may say the last stage of senses it's coming very faster, so we need to discard the product, and maybe people also not consuming in terms of when it's coming for the last stage of our growth stage. The idea here, we need to discard the product. For example, in this case, the yellow broccoli, the people are coming in that idea now, this is the last stage of broccoli. After that, we just need to discard it. It's not for the consumption. So, like any other process, ethylene have the complete biosynthesis process here, and the process even they are characterized by the GIAN cycle. So how the biosynthesis pathway to produce the ethylene in our case. So that cycle is known by GIAN cycle. So here our final output, that product what we are looking for, that's the ethylene. That's the ethylene for the process. And like any other process, what we require here, the precursor for the process, and in our case, what is that one? methionine. Okay, that's amino acid, and when this getting the energy for the ATP, that's ATP supply the energy for the cell, which will give us aromate, some synthesize. After this process, what we'll get? We will get ACC synthesis, and which will give us two things here. One is ACC, and another is 5-methyl adenines. Okay, in this process, that ACC what we get here, with reacting with ACC oxidized with oxygen, it may giving us production of ethylene. But what about the 5-methyl adenines? It may be come back again to the methionine cycle, and this cycle will continuously moving on. So here we get the ethylene, at the same time carbon dioxide, CO2, H2O plus HCN. So particularly when we look for the ethylene side here, now from where we get the ethylene? Sometimes from the climatic food naturally, that's the hormone produced with the stages. Okay. So first what we make, that is a naturally produced ethylene, particularly for the product, like mostly climatic foods. Of course, their level range is quite different product to product, and as soon as means the it helping here the ripening the product, even the coming ethylene or releasing ethylene, because the ripening is commonly depends on the how much ethylene we are producing. However, the non-climatic product are not much dependent for the ethylene for the ripening process. Even if you see the process like a strawberry or other product, which we consider the non-climatic one. Then another one, external one, that's what nowadays we are looking when we're talking about the managing one. Okay, what may be the external factors? And they coming here, the surrounding products. First one, surrounding products have the big impact here. Even the India, when you say the post-harvest value chain, and we come with some of the post-harvest practices, how the people using nowadays. Sometimes we have the vehicle or transportation or storage practices where we are keeping number of different kind of product together. Though maybe some maybe release the ethylene higher one. Suppose we, for example, it's like a ripe banana and unripe banana we keep for the storage practices, storage condition. At the same time, it may what will affect here, it may be accelerate the process for the unripe banana to getting ripe actually. Otherwise, some products like banana or tomato, even that is a practice, common practice in the mostly market side, they do not have sometimes the separate storage practices for products. So that practices maybe accelerate the process. Sometimes, and mostly times, it's like not desirable. So surrounding product, and sometimes maybe in the strategies they always come, never keep the product who release the ethylene with the product which is sensitive for the ethylene. Then the vehicle exhaust, okay, it also accelerates the process of ethylene production. So mostly if you look for some guidelines, that they always recommend that there's supposed to be no smoke. Avoid to smoke near the where we are storing the product. Avoid the smoking one. The packaging material, okay, our packaging material, because indirectly it is linked with our respiration process. And what is the storage facility? What again, the process and the acceleration we can see with the link with the temperature, how we managing the temperature for the practices. So ethylene management, when for ethylene practices, when they say how we control, how we manage leaking that one, and when we see here the facilities what we use in the post-harvest value chain as per the demand. For example, when we harvest a product at proper maturity, and the idea here, when it reaches to the consumer, it's supposed to be early ripening stage, not late ripening stage. So there is some facilities, sometimes during the transportation they may release some low doses of ethylene, or sometimes with the product, with the natural process, if we properly mature that one. That's why in the supermarket retail store, because where they keep the product, even in the market side where they're storing, transportation, shipping, also they are maintaining this one. If they calculating the practices, that one. One thing we may know one thing, like these processes, we may just reduce the process. We cannot stop this one. So these practices they commonly do in the whole value chain. So mostly when we see the effect, probably some examples here they're mentioning. Of course, mostly tissues, mostly plant, they release the ethylene gas, and as we now coming here, that is the one factor which may our responsible about ripening quality or ripening of the product. So sometimes when the product we like to controlling the quality, suppose means when we like to product sell in the market, there are some factors. Okay, naturally anyway it will ripe, but that is not controlled by us. Timing. Sometimes the product what the consumer looking, when it coming to selling market, it's supposed to ripe at once. Even the color, whether properly ripe product, if it's a properly ripe banana, we not expect like half green or half yellow, or some products with the disorder with the maximum one. So that factor, so always looking here, it may help you here control or ripening. Okay, even okay, that's like a pre-harvest process. Actually, maybe that was not covered by here, but in the pre-harvest also we can see now they using the ethylene compounds, so just to losing the products from the nuts or somewhere for harvesting, and then try to check here if they extend the life of the product. And even when the process getting little accelerated, okay, come here, once we come up to threshold and acceleration start, at any cost we not able to control that one. We not able to control. So it may link to our next stage. That's our idea here. From ripening to senescence, the stage supposed to be extended. Means once we have started the process after maturity, if we say the whole 4 stages after maturity to our last stage, the duration, because when we look for the extending the shelf life of the product, that's supposed to be there. When it may be accelerate the process, then it may link with the 4 stage. That's a senescence, which may link here disordering of the product, quality completely damaged, even some changes they may say here, sometimes the carrot bitterness or wilting the flowers, sometimes sprouting the potato. That's effect, even potato get little sweet, okay, and that is due to the ethylene acceleration, high ethylene process. And that is the some disadvantages, particularly the process here. Even this may be linked here when we say the ethylene process by bonding or stressing, and it may be linked with our handling, most towards the handling, when the product gets more stress or damage easily during the handling and transportation, and it also link it to the trigger the ripening process of the product. So in the handling practices, how we carefully handle the product, that is also quite important here, because damaged products means is uncontrolled, and what is not a desirable things going to be happen with the ripening side. And the idea here, when we're transporting or storing the product, always recommended damaged fruits, not never keep with the good quality product, even with the transportation side or storage side, because damage product, there is a process, maybe the accelerating the ethylene for the climateric one. So mostly cases when we look for the control ripening, and whenever we see the process, number of methods now to use the artificial ethylene for the process, and getting here the most post-harvest benefit in terms of maintain quality and extend the shelf life of the product. That's mostly the post-harvest. When we talk here, so some factors always there. We like to maintain quality, extend the shelf life, and that is with one way. Here we are use the ethylene properly or controlling the ethylene properly, and even the ethylene also we uses here. Some application we may discuss with the ethylene here also in our field. And mostly whenever we talk about the management of the ethylene, that is, they always discuss about how to control, how to monitor throughout the process. And mostly losses about the quality for the fruits and vegetable, particularly climateric one, due to this factor when you not control properly the ethylene practices or monitor continuously. So here mostly now when we come with the climateric or non-climateric one, always we come with the one difference between two is the ethylene, the climateric and non-climateric. And ethylene also here, what we come here, that's trigger the sharp increase in respiration and ripening process, or even linked with your transpiration as well. However, non-climateric one is not completely depends on our ethylene, but they use the another hormones to go for the ripening side. And if you consider the here just they try to get here ripening and ethylene process here for the climateric one, you can see here with time, and mostly times we can see this line particularly, it may accelerate the ethylene production process with the time, and then you may we may say here the respiration also increases, but now we say the respiration is reduction because at the end we're reaching our last stage of the growth stage. That's a sense. After that we have to discard the product directly. So mostly cases we look for the post-harvest management side, and we come here some why they looking always practices that why we monitor, why we control or managing the ethylene. First one is the uniform ripening, what is demanded by the market continuously. So when we using ethylene, it makes sure actually that we get even ripening, which is characterized, and even ripening means with the color appearance is uniform, which may be appealing for the consumers continuously and ready for the market. And particularly some products like banana or mangoes, and even the tomato. But one thing you come here, they also are always advocating the practices, the product you harvested is supposed to have the proper maturity. So if we consider we are using the practices of ethylene managing and our product is not harvested at proper maturity, maybe early maturity, we cannot expect the desirable result in this one. Then here one is the uniform ripening, at the same time the color development. So even here the ethylene, what we helping here, that will break down the chlorophyll, synthesis of carotenoid. So that is helping here in the process to give us desirable color changes. For example, Like for the banana, our green color from the mature banana, it changes to the yellow one because of the chlorophyll degradation and carotenoid formation. And for the oranges or lemon, it going for the degreening, which is appealing for the consumer actually. When we look for the orange or lemon, the color of the product. Then another factors here, because all we see here is like more maintaining the quality, and as a consumer even we are concerned that factors is the ripening is similar, at the same time color development, uniform color development, and the aroma or flavor what we are getting from the product. So even ethylene here, it regulates volatile components which may be responsible for the aroma. Now probably in the market when we say the pleasant smell or the off smell, so you with the smell you can get mango is properly ripe or we need to discard it. Okay, with the smell also we have that we able to identify this one as a consumer. Okay, we're not talking about here the more about technical side. If we go to market and with the smell we get, okay, it's a properly mature or properly ripe, or no, now it's like off flavor, means yeah, it's like a fermented side, we need to discard this one. And even with the for the pineapples actually what will come here, that ethylene enhance the sugar accumulation, which makes the pineapple little bit sweeter when released with the way enhancing the ethylene accumulation for the product. Then probably during the logistic, that's maybe the challenging task again when we're transporting the product from one place to another or whole supply chain of the product. So sometimes what we looking here when we're transporting the product, are we allowing is to ripening, or sometimes we specifically give the artificial ripening, artificial ethylene to make the product to ripe. But mostly cases actually to control the ripening, one practice always come here probably is, you may say here, we need to harvest the product. Okay, so management practices whenever come here is not about the product we are getting, how we harvest the product, at what stages we harvest the product, and it is helping here to maintain the quality later stage better. And mostly in the countries, even the outside, whatever we get a transported product in, suppose we're living in the Middle East and we're getting the banana from the Philippines, so more than a week it takes the transport, and the banana what we get at the port is not the ripe one, still we get the green stage, and they make the ripe the banana as per the demand. Of course they not they can extend up to 2 to 3 weeks in the ripe stage, and as soon as the demand comes, so they have the ethylene gas chambers, and if we have the demand, okay, after 2 days we require the product in the commercial market, then they were going. So the practice here in this one, the banana what they harvested is supposed to be proper maturity, and at the same time the transportation practices making sure that it not get a damaged product. Even if the product get damaged, though we are try to control that one, now we lose that factor here, the product get damaged. So that's why they make here, they ship green, they make the ripe as per demand, and when the sending is the green matured one, we get the factor, if we transported the ripe product, it may give it the maximum damage, because the changes, biochemical changes with the product, making the fruits and vegetable, fruits little bit softer, more susceptible to the damage. So that's why that may be helping here for the industry to allow them to transport the product earlier, means proper maturity stage, though the demand for the product has a a ripe one, but it's allow them when we're using the controlled ripening stages. And mostly in the industry, that supermarket, what they requested, okay, we like the ripe product now, you can schedule when we have what type of control, how many product we require for during that time. So it is more benefited in the logistic industry when there is a facility we can control or managing the ethylene practices. Then another one, they study some ethylene induced stress tolerance for this one, and the coming some studies actually they show here the ethylene is helping here to respond to stress and develop the resistance against the mechanical damage, means the surface become little resistance for the product, the surface become resistance. And even for the tomato, when it's ethylene treated, shows the reducing the chilling injury. Some studies even for the leafy vegetable, coming here there is a increment in the antioxidant properties when they are stored at the control condition. For the lemon or citrus category product, they use ethylene for the deep cleaning. In the ethylene side, because ethylene is helping here to remove the chlorophyll during the process and give the bright on yellow color for the product, which also was the consumer appealing one product. Then some benefits regarding the root vegetable to avoid the sprouting. Okay, so now whatever I mentioning here, all the benefit side, when we have proper control or proper monitoring the process, and you get here, once we leave that line, if we go ahead this one, we may get all adverse effect later stages if we not monitor properly. That's why always they talk about manage the ethylene practices. So here the early sprouting also they promote here for the product. Then okay, ripening acceleration always happening here, but at the same time now we come here the negatively side detrimental effect. Of course ethylene helping here up to certain level to get a proper ripening one, and as we mentioned, once they accelerate the process, the product become overripe. Now overripe means that biochemical changes that may soften our fruits, soften our products, and the desirable undesirable changes like a starch convert to sugar, change in the color which is not the expected one from this one. And like here, they come here when we coming up to later stage, and if the doses are not controlled or keeping for longer period, it may increase the chlorophyll breakdown in the banana and the carotene formation. Of course it changes the color, but later stages it become the tissues become more softer. Then premature sensings and softening, probably we always in the horticulture side, whenever we see it here, this stage is supposed to be extended. So all what we talk about the post-harvesting, our all idea here, we need to extend our stage up, how much maximum period we can do this one. And this, when it's accelerate particularly, accelerate the process, there may be cell wall degradation by activating enzymes like pectinase or cellulase, and it makes here the fruit softening one. And fruit softening, once we come here with accelerating, we come here, we have the idea now we cannot protect our product. We come in that stage now. We need to discard it, or people may be selling as even the low prices in the market. But some products, even like a banana, if it's a more mushy or soft one, people not ready. Even the tomato sometimes get a mushy in this case. So for example, in these cases, tomato, they say it become overripe. Even in the consumer side, when we see here with the stages of the color, with a dark red color and become the mushy one, or like a leafy vegetable becomes a slimy structure, or cucumber become like a rubbery or greenish color, sorry, yellowish color, from green to yellowish color. That's what we can check here. And so stages means now we need to discard product. We cannot able to extend the shelf life or protect the product, what were our purpose. Then so that was what we say, the disadvantages and things is if we not able to control or monitor. So that's what we always need to remember. One thing is, if we monitor, control the practices, we may always get the desirable one, but if not, we not expect this one. Even that's changes in the color. The leafy vegetable, when we looking, the chlorophyll is the main component because it gives us the color for the leafy vegetable. And if the ethylene oxalate is a trigger the breakdown of chlorophyll, and then our leafy vegetables we can see becoming the yellowish one. And that may be not expected here. Even for the some cucumbers also. Then the process of ethylene, when we see the before one chart, actually the ethylene process, when the ethylene process accelerated, it also accelerate our respiration process, means consuming more oxygen and releasing the CO2 in heat. So indirectly we are also reducing the shelf life of the product. Now in simple way, what we say, when we respiration and the process, what with the product using, that's the stored energy from the product itself that's using for the processes. So the respiration rate directly coming here, it may accelerate our moisture loss, that's the transpiration from the product, shrink the product. So appearance after shrinkage one not appealing even, and indirectly it links with the nutritional quality of the product. Then of flavor and bitterness, that's also that are due to enzymatic changes happening with the product, even the bitter taste, and as we mentioned with the potato getting with the little bit sweet taste. Okay. Then the browning and tissue breakdown, also one of the disadvantage with the ethylene one, which weakens the cell membrane, and they may be easily the browning and decay with the product with the happening. And mostly which we see the cabbage or lettuce, they found the brown spot. Sometimes you see the market brown spot on the surface of the that leafy vegetable. And even the once they come with the avocado or eggplant, some spot darken due to polyphenol oxidation. So most of the time they come here with that effect that may be desirable and looking for the ethylene side, what may be the doses, how may we look and apply for the product. And mostly in research side, of course mostly they target with the climateric fruits, enhancement, the ripening for the product, and looking for the idea here, okay, naturally product get the ripening, okay, but when we looking for the using ethylene supply for the ripening, which we get uniform, so color may be uniform, ripening may be happening at one time. So there are the number of studies, and here also they looking for the mango to extend the ripeness up to 12 days. And look what is the fact, the color changes. Mostly they look for the appearance here, the color, and mostly when you see here, the result what they looking here, the medium to low, it may coming like the extension of the product, and for the color increment more be appealing one. But if you come here the factors L, A, B, you not find much difference, but if you have low dose, still there is a possibility we can extend some time for the mango. So here the traditional practices like a calcium carbide, they are commonly used for this one. One factor always for the ethylene management, they come here at what stage you harvest the mangoes, and there are some studies considering at the room temperature, if they have the natural process that mango is ripening after 5 days, and the shelf life they come here to 60 only. With calcium carbide, when they have the different doses from 1 gram per kg to 5 gram and 10 gram, you can see the changes in the color ripeness. And of course, when we going for more doses, the ripening will get faster, but shelf life when we look for the also getting the shortened, because we already reaching from ripening to our sensation stages, so we need to discard the product. And then they compare with the ethylene here, of course with the again the different doses. So the ripening time, it goes up to 5 days to 3 days, and but at the same time we may get here approximately 2 days extra shelf life for the mango. So okay, that may be the one basic things when the ethylene management practices when the naturally happening, or we are providing this one. Always important in the whole one, so we cannot ignore your harvesting at what stage you are harvesting, because your first stage all looking for the growth stage, and then you are a maturity and starting with the changes by which biochemical changes happening with the product, and come toward the ripening stage. And once it getting the ripening, this one mostly time, if you see harvesting aside, they coming here mostly product laminated one. So they look for the best quality and extended shelf life of the product, and after that our stage will be directly come after this one, our senses. So now there are a number of practices when they look for is the managing the ethylene in the post-harvest side. And idea here, though it has always the benefit for the maintaining the product for the ripening side, but the coming here, if we not monitor control, it has a completely adverse effect. Even though your whole batch or whole container may be get into sensing stage, and where we need to discard this one. So there are number of practices, common practices, they're looking for that one. So mostly the storing at lower in temperature, actually, that's why the as soon as the product get the cooling, loading temperature, so when they go and doing the practices at low temperature, what is the recommended cooling temperature for the product, it helping here to reduce both ethylene production and ethylene sensitivity for the particular commodity. So when we are looking for the cooling or lowering temperature, means it helping here to reducing your ethylene, reducing your respiration, reducing your transpiration, and that linked to your extended shelf life of the product. Then control storage or modified storage, where you are what we controlling here the gases. Okay, we are controlling and monitoring. So little bit concerning here control storage, because we are controlling the condition throughout the process, how are modified. It changes once we change the composition as per our product, we can do that one. And the process here helping here making the respiration also low level and process of ethylene production also low level in the both cases for control at modified one. Of course, one technological side we say little bit expensive. Okay, whenever we talk about control and modified one, the technology is expensive. Probably when we talk about control, what's the exactly what we're doing? We have a normal cold room, but now we are playing with the gases. Suppose this is our cold room where we are looking for the cold storage or something. Then idea here we need to look that cold storage to be completely airtight, where you can control and monitoring. So it's always we consider, okay, this is like expensive part, but now when looking for the product for longer storage time, that always we do it now. Then when we keeping the product, the idea here to avoid excessive ethylene from the external sources. External sources may be smoke, sometimes the product what we keeping nearby, that is all we consider here as the external sources. And fire also one of the factor which accelerate the ethylene process. And one always coming here, that one in the practices. Okay, in the professional cold storage probably we not find that one, but in the supermarket and that part you may find that one. Sometimes they have the mixed food, that's another one. Even the rotten food sometimes one side of the room, but releasing the ethylene, all the process is continuous one. Once the product get damaged, and it may accelerate the other products which is we storage there. Then so ventilation. Now for the CA storage there is a, because we have the anyway airtight, but regular transport and storage practices, what we say, we need the cooling ventilation. So when product, because now we get here, we cannot control all their physiochemical changes, means we cannot control their respiration, transpiration or ethylene production. We just, what we're doing, reducing. So during the process of respiration, that part, when we have the ventilation, so air will be take out whatever the CO2 and heat release from the product. So the accumulation will stop there. So indirectly we are stopping here to process of accelerating the ethylene one. Once the accumulation is there for the heat and CO2, the chances is the process may be accelerated. So mostly cases always advocated for the ventilation. Then now ethylene remover or scrubber, that's a common practice nowadays. We can see in the old boxes, whenever we buy the fruits boxes, they keeping the sachets of the ethylene scrubber to just absorb ethylene release from the product. Okay, and mostly they make for the potassium permanganate 1, and even maximum product. Okay, that's a common practice. Simple, maybe they consider it's maybe cheaper and easier to do that practice with a scrubber practice. They can keep the product in the boxes, whatever the boxes you can see the import and export market we can find there. They always keep the ethylene scrubber. And then another one like which is working like against with the ethylene, that's one MCP that is also quite popular, which maybe inhibit ethylene action. So nowadays the application of one MCP also quite popular nowadays in the fruit industry. Now if we come here again with this one, just to getting the process here, mostly in the product when we keep the product, and they keep you the scrubbers just to absorb absorb the ethylene release from the product and make it longer product. And opposite to it, what we do here, when we want to wrap the product, we may go to opposite to that one, we release some artificial ethylene from side, which may give us the ripening on the product similar way. Okay. So this may be practices for the post-harvest side to control the product quality and managing the ethylene, mostly linked with the ripening side. So probably because mostly we are the producer for the climatic fruit in the world, and that practices may be commonly used in the even the industrial side. And there are a lot of things nowadays we can see they are looking not only from the post-harvest side, even the pre-harvest side also they are practicing to go with the ethylene. How if they apply for the pre-harvesting, it is helping here to extend the life of the product or delaying the ripening. So they are also doing that one. Okay, we can stop with here and open for the discussion.
Hello, good morning, sir. Sir, my question is, at what concentration does this ethylene has significant alteration on quality of fresh produce?
Which product we are talking?
I mean, any
product about the concentration. Now, if we come here, I will just come with this idea here. Now, if you see here, the practices that always we can consider that low concentration. Okay, low concentration may be better for the longer period. But the concentration we need to optimize with the not only with the appearance or textural properties, we need to link with our biochemical changes happening with the product. But what we recommended here, if you're looking for the research or something, not to go for the higher concentration. You start with the lower concentration to link physiochemical as well as the biochemical changes happening with the product, but low concentration may be the recommended one.
Sir, is there any formula or how can we measure the concentration of ethylene? That either it is increased or decreased?
There maybe from gas concentration we can measure the now ethylene.
Okay.
Ethylene we can measure here. When we see simply, if you when I talk about the control storage practices, now we have the sensors, okay? So we can get the information that the accumulation of ethylene is higher or not in the room, even for the product chamber. So now in the application side, we have the sensors for this one. So you can get the we can reaching from the threshold. Even in the control storage, once we above that one, we can remove the excess ethylene from that one.
Is there any unit to measure the how much?
Mostly they measure in the ppm.
Okay. Thank you.
Very nice and integrated presentation, sir. I want to ask you that when it is accelerated ethylene production inside a product that is like broccoli, how would you control that accelerated ethylene production?
It's the most challenging task till now. Okay, that's why we need to control from starting. Once we accelerate it, we cannot stop.
Yeah.
Okay, we cannot. But that's what when we say, even in the control storage or things, they monitor continuously the concentration of ethylene even. If above the threshold, they not allow to go above the threshold. If above threshold is going, we cannot stop that one. So that's the one challenging task here.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir, my question is, how do temperature and humidity affect the ethylene production?
You can see when we look for the temperature, higher temperature accelerates the process of the ethylene production actually.
Yes.
And even with the low humidity, the factors when we check here the process for the physiochemical changes with your respiration, transpiration and ethylene together is accelerate the process. Even there was a study when we increasing the temperature by 5 degrees Celsius, there are many folds increasing the ethylene production in the product.
Yes. Sir, is there any harmful effect to our body?
You mean for the ethylene, artificial ethylene?
Yes, sir, artificial.
No, probably. Because mostly now it's like common practices now we are doing for the product. So application of ethylene even for the artificial side, up to not, no one documented this one actually.
Yes.
No one documented. So it's a safe to it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, no problem. Okay, thank you again.
Thank you, sir, for the significant input on the topic ethylene production of fresh produce of fruits and vegetables in post-harvest handling. This lecture ensures the essential topics covered, including the introduction on ethylene, its biosynthesis pathway, sources, effects of ethylene in post-harvest quality of fresh produce, and strategies for the ethylene management. Once again, thank you, sir. Now, I request participants to break for the tea and gather here after 10 minutes. Thank you.
fresh produce post-harvest losses during transportation. So directly in the post-harvest losses side, what we check here in general post-harvest losses, then we had one session on post-harvest handling, but now we are more focusing on the how that loss is coming in the transportation side, because transportation in the whole chain involved in many places. Okay, transportation of the product. So we're starting with the post-harvest in general and come with the strategies where now my even the concern here, as you are a researcher and when you're doing your research and applying that one, what we require some strategies at the end you are targeting to reduce that losses. So maybe after this one for strategies, maybe I would like here after this session when you implement in your place, in your research, thinking that way how you can apply related to your research strategies to get the solutions and link with this way. So probably now in the post-harvest value chain, transportation in the whole chain is important and plays a very big role. Even in the transportation, what we say, sometimes in the farm to the pack house, that's transport involved, even going for the small mandi or somewhere, or even after transportation from one place to another place, even the short transportation, long transportation, sometimes even the country, and there are different modes, sometimes road, rail, transportation, they are involved. So mostly when we look for the product quality, of course there are number of practices, number of operations, we look for the storage, handling, and but transportation we cannot ignore actually during the processes. So we came here again the post-harvest losses, and we always coming in the same way. That's 1/3 never reach to the people, losses are high, people not getting enough food, and the losses is high and limited food availability for the people is not due to the limited production. Production is sufficient. Even we can feed the people, but still we're not able to achieve the food security. And we can see here worldwide, there are still, we come the, whenever we see the power report or something, they come that a big population of the world still not get enough food to eat. And by different activities, even the different disciplines in agriculture who is targeting to get a maximum production, and they are always going there. But at the same time, what we are producing, we are not preserving or protecting that one. That is also important step here to how we can protect that one. And in the post-harvest chain, as we with others handling transportation, other operation, transportation also plays a big role. And when we look for the value chain, of course fruits and vegetables, one thing what we know, they are quite perishable. We need to treat them as soon as they harvest. Even delaying the processing, delaying the operation, it may also affect the shelf life of the product, whatever the activity we are doing here. And during transportation and handling processes, whatever we check, but always also link here, even in the ethylene management, what I see, your harvesting practices, you need to be little careful, because if we have the good quality product, then only you can preserve the good quality product at the end. If the product is already damaged during the harvesting operation, if you use any technology, any post-harvest operation, we not expect we should get the good quality product at the end. And that's why here also they mention here improper harvesting, that makes the big role here. And again the ignorance part, not only the farm level, even the market level, stakeholder and every chain where we see the distribution, they play their role towards the post-harvest losses, from starting from the traders, farmers, processors, and even the workers who is working in the field, even working in the transportation side, handling the product. Sometimes it's not about they want to, sometimes happening unknowingly because they are not aware some practices, and they were thinking that one, okay, that's damage is happening, maybe it is not affecting too much for this one. So awareness one the key, because when you see the social factors, we need to train and aware the people. Awareness and sometimes about technical knowledge, and make to sure, okay, you have little damage today, but after 3 days it will become bigger. So people will not concern that one because they not seen the product after 3 days. They will see at the same time, that time only. Then the buyers or the consumers, what he looking at the product actually? He looking at all the factors, and even the study what we did one time and from the market, 2 factors that is quite important, even appearance and texture. Then only they come here, it is expensive or not. Okay, after that price may become factor. Firstly, you choose, okay, how will the product look like. Then by appearance, then we touch the product with the texture, and then after third thought will come, is it affordable or not. But the first appearance side is important here for the product. And of course, still there is not proper infrastructure for the handling. So sometimes not proper practices for storage, for handling, even the not proper transportation mode. So even what we say here is a link. Transportation, what we consider here the link from the with the harvesting product, it may be for storage, we need to transport, even in the storage facilities where we are sorting, grading, even lastly when distribution, transport is there. We cannot ignore that one. So whatever the happening with the product, quality or the shelf life related to product, we need to concern what is our transport practices, how we are handling the product with the transportation. And in the whole transportation distribution system, it may important how we are managing or handling that practices here. Okay, these practices even we discuss in the whole post-harvest. And one thing I always mention, when it's a post-harvest, we are bombarding the world with the post-harvest and shelf life, always. So this is not new, nothing new actually. Whenever you see that picture, everyone seen many times. Even sometimes in the when you go market, in the roadside, when the transporting product, they come sometimes arranging boxes, sometimes mix of fruits, sometimes arranging with layers, but not the properly align the product. So indirectly it may damage the bruising, what we say the mechanical damage. And what happening here, when they compare with the country-wise, particularly developing countries, the incident during the transportation is quite higher compared to developed world. The reason, the facilities what they developed world have the quite better for the transportation handling side. But developing world, like even in the India or in the African continent, though we are producing lot of fruits and vegetables, maximum product going to the landfill. Even some African countries, the studies showing up to more than 40%, 40 to 50%, means whatever we're producing is just like a wasting the product. Okay. So this may be the some damaging some and directly going to the landfill during the transportation. And now we come in the, even the last time we discussed about the mechanical damage during happening, your impact and compression, but at the same time the damage happening during the transportation as well. And the making here the statement, even it has a big economic impact. Big economic impact means your product get damaged. So the two things will be happening. You may be selling your product at low prices, or discard the product for the landfill. Even some countries, you need to pay for the discarding the product. And mostly the effect what we get the product for the outer side, the mechanical damage. But mostly times, if you go some studies, what they're showing, the mechanical damage directly linked with some biochemical changes that may be undesirable for some products. Even the ethylene management practices also we can say one of that one. So at this same time, when there is a damage of product visual quality, and at the same time economics impact both way, farmer, retailer, both losing the money. And now in the market, if you see here, always we have always a trend, people are ready to pay when the product is better. Even in the mandi or even the supermarket, you can see apple coming from different countries and they have the different price tag. We cannot buy the product is from India, but the product is a lower quality and we are ready to pay higher prices. No, it will not going to happen. Product link that factor, if we are ready to pay better price per product, we expect better quality product. Surprisingly, because the experience from my side actually, when I was Oman, and there also we get tomatoes, okay. So tomato price usually they have around 60 to 70 rupees kg. Usually the local tomato they getting, but at the same time we used to get some good quality tomato from the Netherlands. The price around 600 to 700 rupees kg. Only difference you can see, the appearance side is similar size of the product, uniform color, and people ready to pay for this one. It's at 6 to 7 times higher price for that product. And this damaging concern with the product, actually mechanical damage, there are different types of forces as we come that also even previous lecture, like compression, impact, abrasion, cutting, and vibration. So here that forces during the supply chain, of course it will start as soon as we harvest the product, and that damaging of the product, if we consider the factor like in the fresh process product, we have some criteria, we have the critical point where the damage is occurring, and then we go for the prevention methods. Not exactly the hazard, but similar way. So even in the, if you see our whole post-harvest value chain, and we see what is the critical point, even the handling, transportation, and there is a chances to get the more damage, and we require the solution for this side. Of course, it will change the product to product, and even from where we are transporting one place to another, or long distance, short distance. And this damage always linked with our quality, shelf life of the product, and mostly now economical side. In the competition world now, whatever you see here, the product, every farmer, every retailer growing, they always expect we have to fetch better price at the end of the product. So they starting from the, so during the harvesting means the production side, they make all the efforts to get at the end a good quality product, but at the end they will get the price in the market. That's why the post-harvest value chain, what we producing that product, we need to maintain up to the end after the harvesting the product, and there is a big economic loss if they not maintain this one or not maintain the shelf life of the product. So in this way, even in the more detailing, we come here the stresses coming from the impact, compression, some types of abrasion or kind of vibration side, and the cut. Okay, I will specifically because if you see before we can the big side impact, compression, vibration, and even the cut, because it's happening due to the handling. maybe sharp edges make the product cut, and they have the in the quality effect on the product. First one, like the appearance, we get not good appearance, so that is the one characteristics for the market product, visual appearance, how your product looks like. Then it may be damaged easily, so bruising susceptibility there to product may, there is electrolyte leakage, the enzymatic activity, so enzymatic activity changes your biochemical changes, even the respiration, ethylene production process, color changes that may be not desirable. Sometimes we not expect during transportation, like when we give the example, if you transport green banana, our idea is there, it's supposed to reach to the place, market, it's supposed to be in green condition. And then only we go for the ripening or the operation. If the damage happening during the transportation side, the color change, and it's also linked with the biochemical processes. So we cannot preserve the product for longer period. The weight loss important, because the processor farmer, they sell the product on their sellable weight. If it's a product losing the weight mass during the transportation, indirectly people will give the money per kg, no? So if you buying the product, so if you already lose some 100 gram weight during transportation, indirectly we are losing that one. TSS, there is a chances of bacterial fungal contamination, reduction in firmness, the texture, that is also one characteristics for the consumers to check the appearance and the texture. That is the two always the main sensory characteristics for the quality. Changes in respiration and TA for the product. So that all changes linked with the damages here. So impact force, I think we already discussed. So just to get an idea in the brief, when any product during handling drop down, and it may be happening during the transportation side as well. Okay, so even sometimes the product get damaged. If it's falling from the little higher height, it may be in the breakup, directly rupturing the cell. Rupturing cell, and then we found here sometimes the weight loss, even the microbes, and all the factors will be linked with this one. So that impact directly know that the cracks, what we say, indirectly reduce the quality of the product. And next stage, discarding product is one thing, but at the same time, if it's for the long distance transportation, what will happen? It will damage the neighboring fruit. The fruit is already damaged, but if we store nearby, it will affect the neighboring fruit. Then the compression, what we discuss about the packaging side, because during handling, transportation, and of course it will depends, one factor we can consider here, mostly times we have the corrugated packages, okay, what we discussed last time. But now if we come aware about the beans, particularly the apple industry, they have the beans like big containers, okay, 40-50 kgs like this one. They're keeping in the beans. Now if you overfilling that beans, that time the product with the bottom side get more stress. Even the overfilling side. So that is also avoid this one to make the overfilling, and it has the effect on the tissue structure. Indirectly it is breaking, means the physiochemical attributes of the product also getting the change, and this is indirectly with the the quality of the product as well. Then the abrasion forces, what we consider here, that is now the transportation side. Mostly they happening in the transportation when the product will collide with each other, and they have the breakdown even the membrane cell from the product and increase the permeability. Leakage will be there, and permeability happening during the ripening one. So for the abrasion, what we consider here, mass loss means weight loss of the product, discoloration, some wounds and injuries, So it will accelerate your ripening process and reduce the shelf life of the product. Then mostly the cut force, when the product is rotating in the during transportation side, and if you contact it with the sharp border. Now you can, in the real world scenario, what we see here in transportation, not all fruits you are going to the corrugated boxes. Sometimes just we wood filled, sometimes a big tanks or something we are filling this one. So when the product collided and attaching with the sharp edges, it may get directly cut for the products. And another one, like a vibration during the transit, and it may affecting with a number of factors, completely with the vehicle condition, road, and what may be the packaging. That may be important here. Your road, some factors we as a researchers out of our control, because like when I talk about the road conditions and the packaging and factor, that maybe we may control this one. So during that one, the product, the shape, if it's a round shape product like an apple, I think there are more chances to get a collide each other actually, and the product getting softer. Then these factors, if you see here in the transportation, where we keep the product. So even the factors like you have the vehicle, the truck, which has a capacity of 2 ton or 6 ton, it affects the vibration. Okay. Another one, where we keep the product. Bottom side means at the end, rear, or in the front. Even with the stacking one, top layer, middle layer. So they also have the effect on the road condition, even the speed of the vehicle. That's all factors affecting your vibration. Then of course that the changes what we not expected but unavoidable changes that will happen, and that is lead over spoilage and economical side. So indirectly it will link with the quality, safety, shelf life, and finally it will the economic value of the product. So the forces, what we said vibration, because with the number of factors we are looking here, how to control that one. Maybe sometimes packaging, sometimes the speed limit, but some factors that maybe we cannot control easily, and we look here, okay, road condition we're not able to change. In that road, what may be our solution? We are still, because it's not something like we like to transport our product from Simla to Chennai and by road only. Road condition you cannot change, so you need to come with some another solution how we can protect the product. So even in the transportation, which may we always come in that one, is maybe affect the quality losses, and there is a no advocate, because there is a no doubt about this one. No advocate transport system. Only we found, as I mentioned, some developed countries what they have. Otherwise, what we come in the post-harvest side, every product have their recommended storage temperature, transportation temperature, but mostly product what we transporting is like a ambient condition, normal condition. Always we talk about one thing about the, they're supposed to have proper ventilation, airflow, but mostly cases this way we found the scenario even in the country, how they arrange the product, how they transport. Maximum product they are transportation with this way. Even one study from the African, only in the post-harvest loss is the big share, but out of that one, what they find, up to 20% losses happening due to only transportation out of that whole post-harvest losses. So it's like even the big role actually, big percentage share during the transportation alone. And now during transportation when the product get damaged with the mechanical damage, so we can consider this type of, and this is something not new actually, because we always come across such product whenever you go to mandi market and on the supermarket. Such scenario we always see. Sometimes the product is completely damaged, rupturing, or sometimes just like a bruising. So in the mechanical damage we can come in this way, and when they have the damage, so indirectly it allows here the spoilage and the pathogenic organism will be grow up to make the spoilage. The challenge here actually, because if it happen during the transportation, it may spoil nearby product. So that's why we like such practice is quite important here, how to avoid this one. And now whatever we talk here about the product quality, it may link with the economical side now, because when the product is transportation, we is paying for everything. So in the transportation side, there are some studies what they come here. When you have the rough road condition is not smooth actually, and that is a practical situation in the developing world. We cannot find 1,000-kilometer proper road, even if it's sometimes difficult for the human. How much time it will take to reach our product? So first case actually, when we say it may increase you using rough road, because it's not by choice, it's by force. Okay, we are using the road, and it may link here the product damage throughout the process, and the enzymatic activities that may lead here. Sometimes you may found that you get a early ripening with the product due to that transportation, and also some damaging with the surrounding product get damaging. So all way is like we are failed to maintain the product quality. So in the research side actually, when we look for that factor, there are some studies what we do here. There are 3 ways they do the experiment. They call it one is in transit experiment, simulation experiment, and third one transit simulation experiment. So 2 way in the research side, when we are applying such a type of work in the research, what we are doing here in transit experiment is like a real field experiment. Even you product transporting for 1,000 kilometers or more than that one, you go in the real field, and in the real field what our idea to get from here, mostly times in the vehicle when they go for this one, your product we are arranging in the vehicle. Now the study what they reported, most of the time rear side the fruits experience maximum stress, rear side. Okay, now most of the time the data and accelerometer what we keeping here just to get the vibration frequency, what the frequency the product is experienced throughout the journey in the actual road condition, and it may be most towards the research side. And that stress, and with the when we look for the distance time, the stress experienced by the product, and then link with these all factors with the quality parameter changes happening with the particular product. So actual transit and linkage for the product quality, that study commonly do for this one. So even some studies probably in the picture which is just a rare one, because that is the after coming the summarized number of studies what we did for the transportation, the maximum stress experience in the bottom side, rear side one, and that accelerometer that was just using the vibration, and that vibration is useful in coming period actually. Why is important because it will give that some threshold. What kind of threshold? That one you may know. In the real world, if the road is rough, what is the frequency experienced by the vehicle? What is the frequency experienced by the product during the transportation? So if the vibration up to going the threshold limit, even we are able to understand what may be the best or optimum one. If they go beyond that one, surely we get damage. Surely we get the damage. Then another one, like a most toward the simulation. Simulation is completely based on the simulation side. We can try to make our vehicle, how they make the vibration and rebounding throughout the process. The simulation transport now they make for this one, and based on that one they try to, like for example here they keep the strawberry and experiencing with the different frequencies. But one thing here, we need to calculate one part here, our transport frequency and how much time it will take. So if we just say, okay, I will keep for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, it's not the real world experience. You know, if we transporting, suppose to Bhubaneswar to Rourkela, it may take us 6 hours. So considering that way, they may come the study in the directly in the simulation side and showing for the threshold one, and in this case the vibration one, what we will getting here, what may be our threshold frequency here, vibration frequency. Then we try to get here in the vehicle side, if we able to maintain below that one, we may protect the product. So now how to maintain that one? There are a number of factors. They may link with your different packaging or even the speed, controlling the speed. Okay, we can make there, if the rough road, the vehicle should not go above such a speed. If you are going for more speed, surely it may accelerate this one. So that factor it is helping here. And third one is what we personally prefer, that's a trans simulation. Half real world, half simulation. Half real world, half simulation. Now you get the idea. If I like to do the study to transport the product from Simla to Chennai, more than 2,500 kilometers, is like not that easy way to got this one. So in this one, what we do in the approaching, we get the real transport experiment from where what we get the proper frequencies, acceleration and frequencies during in the real one. What is the maximum we get, and then in our simulated experiment, keeping the similar running for the similar distance time, you use the similar frequency for your simulation experiment, and just to mimicking this one, is it compatible or not. If it's both ways coming that one, it will help you now give the solution, practical solution for the product quality. And this may be helping here sometimes the product, and with the solution side also we can approaching for that one. So trans simulation commonly nowadays in transport study quite popular, because you had the approach of not completed transportation, a real experiment, not complete simulation. Is in between. We are taking some from transport real and some from simulation side. And in for the vibration studies, actually, when we look for this one, what is our concern? We're not just looking for what is happening, why it's happening, but we have the complete conceptual framework. What we see here, we initially what we completed here, or 3 approaches that studies, like in transit simulation and trans simulated. Based on that one, we look for the mechanical damage. But now After transportation, what we'll do actually, we not sell the product as soon as possible. Second approach may be your storage condition. So this study, whatever transportation we are looking here, it is linking with your storage. So how many days you are keeping the product. So that is a properly conceptual framework for that type of study. Then with the storage condition, of course it changes with the product to product, and with the optimum condition we go, or whatever the real world, if they are doing at ambient condition, that is also one. And then the playing the role for the prevention side is our packaging. So we may have the different packaging. Lastly, what we see, the different packaging may be corrugated, plastic, or traditional packages, or even sometimes the product coming with the without packaging. The role of packaging. Now what we see here, directly one damage directly coming from the product. Now we link with the storage and link with the our packaging concept here, and look for the practices, what is the damage is happening with the product. But after damaging also, for the consumers, our main concern about the quality of the product. That the quality factors indirectly coming with your physiochemical quality, physiological and nutritional quality. That is what we concern for the fruits and vegetables. That's supposed to be linked with your real world or transportation studies. So all the framework, if you're looking for the solution side, if you could try for doing some experimentation or studies for that one, we get the product, use our all transport practices, you on the solution side, package and transportation, and you expect here the quality. So all the factors supposed to include to give us the best solution to the society or to the market. So that's why we come completely here that conceptual framework for the vibration impact for such studies. So there are the incidents what we say here for the product losses, and there are number of studies nowadays going on how the transportation affects your the quality losses for like in transit simulation or trans-simulation vibration, and not big research probably, but some products, particularly banana, tomato, apple or mango, some studies you can find nowadays for such practices. So even when we look for that all studies actually that is affecting during the vibration, some found them when we look for the damage happening, and our conceptual framework we concern about the product quality, like physical chemical characteristics of the product. They look at the how that vibration expressed by the product and how it's linked with the physiochemical changes with the product. Because one thing we cannot make it 100% stop, but there may be threshold line. We can come here like on frequency side. When we come here, some products they come like a banana transportation. They come if you use up to 2 hertz frequency, what we experience from the product, still it may be better. But if we go above that one, your damage will start actually. So then it will link with your other parameters like ripening stages, because if it's above that acceleration, above that frequency threshold level, you may experience the ripening and things for the product. And particularly the challenging part in the whole transport studies is linked with the vehicle, because one thing that is with the shock absorption or vibration absorption from the vehicle, it changes, even the small vehicle, big vehicle, and even the personal experience with the driver, the behavior from the driver, that is also a key role here. And of course we mentioned that factors, even the where we're keeping the product and what is the suspension from the vehicle. There are make here that surface condition. Now there is a no doubt when road is smooth, so we may getting the better quality at the end, but now the factor with the speed, here, and they found here in the farm level as the maximum damage happening with the road is a rough road, and also the damage increasing directly linear with the speed of the vehicle. Then the duration very important. So if your market is just a 1 hour distance, your market is 5 hour distance or 10 hour distance, and even sometimes more than 2 day transportation of the vehicle. So it also plays a big role. What is the vibration duration? In the real world, you can come here when it's transporting for more than 1000 kilometers or 2000 kilometers. It may take more than 2 days or sometimes 3 days to reach by road the product to the destination. Of course, in simulation side, trans-simulation side, we try to get that optimized this way. If it's transporting from 100 kilometer, 200 kilometer, 1000 kilometers, even be able to manage with the trans-simulation system what may be the speed. Nowadays in the GPS, some big companies in the European market, they have the strict protocol this not to drive their vehicle beyond that particular limit. Suppose the expressway and they come the limit, okay, it's supposed to go 60 or 80 based on the road condition, and that's commonly tracking by that way. And that's also not when the duration of transportation is increased, it also increases damage of the product because the vibration experienced by the product is higher. Then the directions from where product is experienced is maybe x-axis, y-axis, or z-axis, or lateral, longitudinal, or vertical vibration, and maximum the vibration when they check here, that is the y-axis direction. Actually, that's the maximum vibration the product experienced. This one, that's what we say the vertical direction compared to the longitudinal or lateral direction what the product experienced during this one. So that all factors. So when they look for the studies, this one, the vibration how much. So now the accelerometer, what they do for you, they can measure for the all 3 directions, but majority the maximum vibration, that's what we're looking to develop the solution, that is from the vertical side. Then link with our packaging, what type of packaging, how we are arranging the product, what is the stacking, that all factors coming in this one. So now we are aware that one sharp packaging, or but mostly corrugated is better, but mostly in the local market is like a plastic containers, or sometimes just a bulk product they are keeping in the container. And then other factors, particularly how is if the product is beyond the capacity of the vehicle, that is also one common practice. Actually, we see in the transportation side, people try to keep maximum product on the vehicle. So that is coming that one, that's excessive compressive stress experienced by the product of the bottom level even during transportation. And that stress, now your physiochemical changes like respiration, transpiration, and ethylene one. So it may be quality loss for the product. Suspension type, they need to check always. So it's supposed to absorb the vibration, and the vehicle size, and the studies here from the Thailand, because they compare with the different truck size, one from 2 ton and one from 6 ton, the smaller truck side experience the lower vibration compared to the bigger truck side. So that's factor they looking for this one. So in general, when the problem is coming side, the transportation side, particularly this may be now the new opportunities for the researcher working in that area to how to minimize and reduce that one in the transportation chain actually. So with the number of factors nowadays, the research is coming on this one in the lab scale, in the simulation side, even the, when I say with the industry 4 or food 4, what about the using the digital twins, or when we are looking for the storage condition monitoring with the IoT that may be implemented to know the changes happening with the product, like a physiochemical changes happening with the product. And some factors what we need to consider here, the maturity, the level. We always talk about this one actually in the post-harvest, the success of our post-harvest studies, what level of maturity we harvest a product. There is, if there is decay or for how much distance and for what purpose we are looking for. Like when we discuss about the custard, that may be the one always the thing always the harvesting maturity time, and after that if we transport after 2 days, we cannot avoid the changes happening with the product. So there are number of research nowadays, still these are open up with the research. So what they did actually, one studies recently they did, what they make in the transport of the product with the apple, they used simulated simulated apple like a simulated ball with the sensors inside, okay, just to experience when we transport for the long distance, what's the stress or what's the vibration is experienced by the product, just to mimicking this one they experienced by the real product and looking for the solution side. So the electronic sphere, that's they use just for the push like a apple in the industry. Even there was a recent study for the instrument sphere, just to getting an idea here what is the stress vibration experienced by the product during your simulated transportation as well as otherwise it's quite challenging from the real fruit what is the vibration that experienced by the product. So they come with this one. Then another one, they making the acceleration with the 3 direction when the product is rotating or rotating for different one. So they come with the real time analysis for the vibration one. Then when they're looking for this type of vibration experienced by the product, they look here real time monitoring and real time data analysis by the instrument sphere. One thing here, at what location they experience the maximum. So GPS will tell you the track, okay, that particular road condition was not good where we are experiencing. So they try to link with this one, correlate this one. That road condition is bad or not smoothly for the vehicle where they experience, and at the same time the product experience the maximum vibration. Then nowadays the idea here to use the IoT for the coming period, so it will give you the direct indication for this one. So even in the transportation study is a quite challenging one. So mostly studies what we come here simulated or trans-simulated, because in the idea here, if your vehicle transported by the 1000 kilometer, and what is the maximum vibration, maximum frequency you are experience, that may be used for your simulated study and give for the solution one. And mostly studies nowadays in the focusing in the simulated and then try to give the solution in the experimental side. Then another one they coming in this one, why not use the transportation with the control storage, because control storage, what they say, if the product is a controlling condition, maybe they can control the physiochemical changes, but the is sometimes difficult for the mechanical damage. Okay. Then another studies come with another solution side with the packaging. Packaging means like cushioning or something, or even become the thicker, so it will absorb the vibration, it will not affect the product. So these are all the research open areas actually where people are working and try to contribute to give the solution, this one. Then sometimes the protective packaging or cushioning material, it may helping here to prevent package, but this area still is quite open up actually, because the solution what we come here, it may be work for the single product now, even the road condition, the cushioning, and then we also make with the packaging side the optimized packaging during for the transportation. So when we come with the conclusion for this one actually, with this for transportation study, of course in the fruit and vegetable area of research is our one of the basic requirement. Okay, whenever we look for our food security nutrition, we cannot avoid that one, we need to get that one. Even the people looking for their whatever the nutrient, minerals, vitamins coming from the fresh produce, and we also doctors also or researchers encouraging that one. So you go, so idea here, the everyone supposed to get good quality product of this one. Consumption of product, as the production is increasing, people are more aware of this one. Vibration studies during a transit, because for the transportation play the big role, and trend is here. Even we are in the Odisha, we like to get a product from each corner of the country, and of course they will come by transportation, so it is also the important one. Sometimes even from outside from the country also they are coming, but the damage happening this one, this may be properly need to check, because it is linked with the damage, and damage linked with the quality. So the studies with the mechanical vibration, transportation, and encouragement from the researcher, now young researcher like you, to come with some new solutions, some new ideas, where maybe really, because sometimes it's a box, as sometimes out of box, that maybe never thought in that scenarios. So, but as nowadays, when the people looking for AI or Industry 4, that may be look like a somewhat promising nowadays. Even the refrigerated vehicle and coming with the IoT and digital twins give it the proper solution for this one. So understanding the concept of transportation, how the vibration experienced by the product, what may be the protection, preservation methods, how to preserve the products, that may be all key for the whole transportation studies, and ultimately what we expect to get good quality fruits and vegetables to the consume. So with this we can stop with this one for the transportation one. Yeah. Okay, so we stop here for this one with the transportation one. Okay, and maybe we discuss how any questions, queries, even suggestions. Probably for this area, we like to, even if you open up with some good ideas, sometimes that's why I say even out of box, that may be sometimes we never thought actually that may be the solution for this one, because it's like one of the research nowadays when they're looking for the transportation side, and it links with the another factors.
The session is open for queries and feed queries, so you can ask.
Sir, my question is there any lack of coordination between farmers, transporter and retailer? Because we know the post-harvest loss, sir, India is very high.
Yeah.
So how could you fight them, sir?
No, can you repeat one time, please?
Sir, is there any lack of coordination between farmers, transporter and retailers?
That's exactly true one actually. There is a lack of coordination, and when one slide will show the awareness actually. Even if you look for the quality, one concern about the quality, everyone have their one perceptions, okay, about the quality of the product.
Yes.
Farmer thinks what he get at the end from the harvesting side, with the farm product, good appearance, for him that's a quality one. Retailer, what is he thinking? He want to be maximum shelf life, it will be stored for longer period, so he can sell when there is a demand from the market.
Yes.
He concerned from that one. And consumers, ultimately it's coming from the consumers, okay?
Yes.
Consumers have their own expectation from the product. He looking for the appearance texture, and then he link by with his appearance, because he not with the chemical analysis there, but he links when it's a good quality, good texture means good quality product. And the temperature management practices, suppose as an example I tell you, like we live in the Middle East, okay? We get the food product like a banana from the Philippines or Ecuador somewhere.
Yes.
They come in the proper temperature management up to the port, okay? They maintain continuously temperature. But after porting, now retailer role finishing, now another retailer from the local retailer come in the market, if he not maintain the temperature from there to going to the another storehouse, so whatever efforts made by initial one, it goes in the waste. So the coordination is supposed to be important, and that also I agree for this one. The lack of coordination is the one of the key in that one post-harvest one. So awareness, and people supposed to understand that one in the farmer level and traders level. The temperature management practices or transportation and handling practices is not the role for one. It is a all stakeholder involved in the post-harvest chain.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sir, another question. Sir, is there any AI to optimize the post-harvest losses?
AI? No. You are talking about AI, yeah?
Yeah, yes.
No. Because AI believe on what we give the data based on that one, but not. Even some countries still in the world, they don't have the country-wise post-harvest data. They understand there is a losses, but how much? Now, India, sometimes the Minister of Agriculture, they give this one. So AI will not, they will come with the numbers. You give the, ask the AI, it will tell according to values, and that's the reason. When I was student, I used a similar number. Now you are student, you use the similar number. So no, not AI. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not getting one point. Somewhere in the slide, you have mentioned like what amount of damage that will caused by vibration, and in real-time transportation. In simulation model, we use the amount of some pig like example. Of
Okay.
pig.
If you consider, we get the vibration, the frequency. Okay. So if you're driving on the road, if it's a smooth road, you not feel any vibration at particular. Okay. If you are in the rough road, you experience the maximum vibration.
Yes.
So for that one maximum, what is the frequency is we achieve that time? That one we can use in our simulation one. To just hear the product what we experience in the real world, that is we try to use in the simulated model.
So for that purpose, you mentioned that we use same amount of like same distance and same weight. Like
No, yeah, we can use that one actually. We can use our simulation one with the timing and managing the speed with simulated table. That product can run for this product and using that one frequency.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. We can do that actually.
Okay.
So we are doing nowadays similar work.
Sir, my question is, how can we balance the need for cost-effective transportation with sustainability goal, reducing post-harvest losses?
Again, please.
How can we balance the need for cost-effective transportation with sustainability goals reducing post-harvest losses?
Okay. Even SDG 12.3, I'll directly talk about this one. We need to reduce post-harvest losses, and at the same time, what we consider here, link with the food security part. Now, the practices what we using, that's supposed to be more what is sustainable practices. And when we're looking for all the transportation nowadays using, if they're using the packaging side, there was always one concern. They're telling us, why not use the locally available material which may use for packaging or storing the product. There was one, maybe sometimes I also not agree for this one. They come with that one. Why not locally product consumed locally? But in the commercial market now, it's not practically possible. It's not practically possible. But we need to look for the solutions like that. What's the locally available material that may be used for the practices for the particular packaging where we can keep the product for longer period. Particularly for the local produce product. And technology is another one. Now if you work in the food side area, fruits and vegetables side area, the research what way, because it's like when I was telling in this one, in recorded one, is a bold statement. The mostly studies you can see not with the products in our region. Okay, you have the custard, you have sapota in local product. You rarely found studies on this point. So now this is now the solution in our hand. You need to work on this one. What is our solution side from our part for our local product? Because there is for apple you may found thousands of studies. They're looking for the respiration, transpiration, how the mechanical damage. But rarely you found a study on the sapota. Rarely found a study of the local products. That's ignored, and that is a one thing for the sustainability. When you see, we need to advocate for that one. And the research, or when you're looking for the solution for local commodity with the local resources to come out for this one.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I think we are winding up. Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable time in explaining the valuable content on fresh produce post-harvest losses during transportation. During the lecture, sir shared the insights about post-harvest losses in the aspect of transportation, resulting mechanical damages and its assessment with case studies. Once again, we are warmly saying thank you to sir. Now I request participants to receive the feedback form from the student coordinators and kindly fill the form and submit to the coordinators after the lunch break. May I now request the participant to break for the lunch and assemble in the lab 306 in front of the food process engineering department. And after that, we will be having the lab visit. And participants, make sure that attendance is necessary for that also. So once again, thank you so much, sir.
Okay, just for 5 minutes more for you. So, you are all from the researcher background, okay? It's out of this track, and all from the who doing master, some doing PhD, even some faculties are here. And different aspects of research, and sometimes some topics are relevant, but what idea is supposed to get you how to run your research actually, what's supposed to be needed, how to make your objectives, probably your research, because you need finally what is demanding. Okay, so try to get this way. Whatever research you are doing, there is something importance, particularly in the food side, that what you want to implement and give the solution for the society. And particularly when I discuss with some students, they have really interesting one research they are doing in the coming period that may be applicable in industry. And try to, when we're looking for the research, at the same time, try to publish in the good journal, okay? That is quite important one. When we say the SDG goal and the implementation, because the work what we're doing, it's supposed to come out to the outside and make sure it may go with the good. Maybe you make little effort when you're planning your experiment, what you're looking for your objective, what is your output coming from that one, and how it is a relevance. So that is important actually. Initial stage it may be feel okay, it's a long work or something, but at the end you will be happy at the end, coming with a fruitful result. And try a little bit more challenging, challenge yourself, and sometimes repeating 10 times is not bad idea, okay, if you're getting the result as a researcher. So that's our researcher life. Okay, and best wishes. So if anything related to post-harvest, my email is there, so you can free to communicate and free to ask any queries, question. Okay, thank you again.
Thank you so much, sir. We will definitely keep your words in our mind. Thank you so much, sir, for being here.
Hello. Valedictory session will start shortly.
धीरे धीरे बोलता हूँ तो
Hello. Valedictory session will start shortly. Hello, everyone. Valedictory session will start shortly.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Sound. Hello. students, and all prospective participants. It's an honor and privilege to welcome you all to the valedictory function of the GIAN course on sustainable approaches in post-harvest handling and value addition of fresh produce, held from January 27th to January 31st at NIT Rourkela. This intense 5-day course has been providing an experience bringing together experts, scholars, and students to explore innovative and sustainable solutions in post-harvest handling and value addition of the fresh produce. Under the supervision of our GIAN course coordinators, Dr. Arun Venugopal sir and Dr. Vivek Kambhampati sir, and this program has provided deep insights, demonstrations, and valuable discussions. As we gather here for the concluding session, let us celebrate the knowledge gained and the experience shared and the efforts of everyone who made this event a grand success. I now take a great pleasure in inviting our esteemed guest to the dais. We are honored to have with us Professor Ramachandra Pradhan sir from the Department of Food Process Engineering and the Institute GIAN coordinator Professor Sishir Kumar Sagu sir, and our head of the department Professor Sabyasachi Mishra sir, and our course coordinator Professor Arun Venugopal sir. I request all our distinguished guests to kindly take their seat on the dais as we proceed with the valedictory function. I request Professor Pankaj sir to take their seat.
No problem.
Thank you, sir. With our esteemed dignitaries on the stage, we shall now proceed with the key highlights of this remarkable academic journey. Throughout this course, we had the privilege of exploring various aspects of post-harvest handling and value addition, lectured by the esteemed experts in the field. Our lecture series covered effective strategies for minimizing post-harvest losses, the role of biosensors in post-harvest management, and the socio-cultural factors influencing the adoption of post-harvest technological damages in fresh produce, and explored the advanced preservation techniques such as cold plasma, plasma-activated water, and the irradiation technologies. Discussions on the application of ozone for quality and safety, and the significance of cold chain management of perishable foods. This further enriched our understanding of sustainable post-harvest practices. In addition to these insightful lectures, our hands-on demonstration session provided a practical exposure to some of the most innovative technologies in the post-harvest processing. Participants witnessed extraction techniques for bioactive compounds, explored non-thermal technologies including the cold plasma and absorb process like spray drying, oil extraction, and advanced biodegradable and edible packaging methods. This aimed at extending the shelf life of fresh produce. These sessions not only complemented the theoretical knowledge, but also equipped us with the practical skills that can be applied in real-world scenarios. This course has been truly enriching the learning experience, and thanks to our esteemed speakers and active participants. To formally express our gratitude, I now invite Professor Arun Venugopal sir to deliver the vote of thanks.
Hello, good evening all. I take this opportunity to welcome our Associate Dean Dr. Ramachandra Pradhan sir and the local coordinator for GIAN, Shishir Kumar Sagu sir, and our respected HOD of the department, Sabyasachi Mishra sir, and the speaker of the event, Pankaj Pathare from Sultan Qaboos University, for being here with us for continuously 5 days. Tirelessly he has delivered continuously back-to-back lectures every morning. And I take this opportunity to thank our director, Professor Umar Maheshwar Rao, and Ministry of Education for providing us this opportunity to conduct a GIAN course on the current topic, sustainable approaches in post-harvest handling. From the very beginning, I have seen people are actively participating in discussion in the lecture. Even myself has delivered 2-3 lectures in the course. And then the participants, those who are from various institutions, like SRM, we have a bunch of students from SRM institution, and we have from almost 20 people from Sambalpur universities, and we have from Parbani, we have students, and there are so many students from different part of the country, and they have effectively participating from the very beginning. And I take this opportunity to thank the core course co-coordinator, Dr. Vivek Kambhampati, for his tireless effort in arranging all this, things during the course of during this course. And I thank my faculty colleagues from my department and students from our department for making this event a wonderful grand success. Especially if you see our organizing team, I cannot name everyone. The department students like Abhipriya Patra, PhD scholar from our department, Piyush Sharma, and Yuvraj, and Subhish, Divadarshini, Reshmi. So it's, I can say a number of students, Shibo from our department. So these people have tirelessly working for past 5 days to make this event continuous success one, without even any time gap. From the morning, the lecture starts by 10 o'clock, back to back. Professor Pankaj Pathare had delivered the lecture, and in between we break for 1 hour for lunch, and then again by 2 o'clock we are starting the next session, and especially the practical sessions. I have heard from the students that the practical sessions have given them a lot of knowledge about experiments. So we started on the first day, we have shown them coal plasma extraction by ultrasound assisted extraction techniques, and we have shown them spray dryer, oil expulsion technique, packaging, and they had a chance to visit all the lab in our department. I hope it was very helpful for all the students from different part of the country, and most of them are from food background and food biotechnology background as well. I hope this session was very much helpful. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I think you have enjoyed the session a lot and gained a lot of knowledge. Thank you so much. Without much delay now, we'll get into the certificate distribution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now request our participants to share their learning experience and insight from this course.
Good evening, everyone. It has been such an honor to be a part of this wonderful event. On behalf of the organization, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed Dr. Pankaj sir, Dr. Arun sir, Dr. Vivek sir. Thank you, sir. Sincere thanks to the heads of the department who handled the event throughout. On behalf of Sambalpur University Department of Food Science, Technology and Nutrition, I pay my high regards to honorable professors and researchers for this prestigious institute, NIT Rourkela, which secure a special frame providing quality education across the state and nation. It is a great pleasure for all of us that the institute gave us some limited period of time to learn something from our expert through GIAN courses. We think during the short duration of training, we gained much more knowledge which helped us to step forward in the field of research and any job-oriented profession. This teaching environment is highly appreciable in all the angles, and teaching professionals are very supportive to strengthen our inward vision towards the growth of our career. Our special gratitude to all the professors and staff for spending the valuable time to make us perfection in related subject and future forcing of food science and technology. Once again, we convey our gratefulness to all the staff and management for felicitating and encouraging us, which we shall always remain oblique. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very good evening to respected sir, Dr. Pankaj sir, Dr. Mishra sir, and all the professors present here, and all my dear friends. My name is Rajni Sahu. I came from ICR, CIAE, just to attend this GIAN course, and I'm grateful that I got opportunity to be the part of this program. All the smooth conduction of this program, I really appreciated each and every aspect. And I want to say some lines like, success is not final and failure is not fatal. It's a courage to make the count. So I'm really grateful, and thank you for this course. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
प्रथमे समस्ताको नमस्कार एवं शुभ संध्या. This is what I learned here. On behalf of my institution, College of Food Technology, VNMKV Parbani, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the National Institute of Technology, Rourkela, the director, dean, head of the department, Mishra sir, the course coordinators, Arun sir and Vivek sir, the instructor, Dr. Pankaj sir. He came all the way from Oman to conduct this course. During these last 5 days, we have covered various topics like from cold plasma to how to minimize the losses during post-harvest management, like ozone processing technology and various other new technologies. This was a great learning experience. Also, the institute really managed us well. The accommodation facility and other facilities were really well. Also, I would like to thank the PhD students who were really with us from the beginning of this session. Thank you, everyone. I don't know their names, but I would like to thank them. Thank you so much.
Good evening, all. So I would like to thank all the panel members on the dais, especially Dr. Arun Prashant sir and Dr. Vivek sir for arranging such a good course. And it was not only a valuable thing, and the practical sessions even more interesting than the other courses which have been attended in other institutes also. So this lecture by Dr. Pankaj sir was very interesting. Like he was very normal with our interaction, I mean, with all the participants. It was not like a very what kind of say very complicated or a very advanced thing. The interaction was very easy for all the participants, so that everyone got a good interaction after all the lectures, like the discussion part, all those things. And the lectures by Dr. Arun sir and Dr. Vivek sir also gave a different part, not only continuously giving by a same lecturer. It was a mix and match, which was also good for all the participants, especially not to feel bored actually. And then especially the practical session by all the students and scholars in the department was really awesome actually. It was very useful for all the participants, not only for the budding scholars or researchers. It was also very useful as a faculty. I'm very like appreciating all those scholars and students. And another thing, apart from lecturing or apart from the official matters, all the volunteers, I want to thank all the volunteers, especially scholars and the MTech students, who were guiding us from our date of travel till we are reaching Rourkela, or even now, we are about to leave by this evening. They are still guiding us in a very, very pleasant and a very calm manner. It was a very appreciable thing. And finally, I want to thank all my dear participants on behalf of SRM University and also Rajalakshmi Engineering College. And I would like to have a few more future courses like this conducted by NIT Rourkela, so that we all be happy to join, even though we are from very south part of India, Chennai. We are very happy to be here. Actually, it's very worth it. It's not a long travel thing or whatever it is. It's worth it coming to NIT Rourkela and attending this course. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Respected Bahas, PG Dean, Pradhan sir, Head of the Department, Professor Sabyasachi Mishra sir, Course Coordinator, Dr. Professor Sahu sir, Arun Prasath, Venugopal sir, and Professor Pankaj Tripathi sir, Course Instructor. On behalf of College of Food Technology, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude towards all of you. During those 5 days, we have learned a lot of new things, like what is meant by Internet of Things, blockchain technology. Rather than this, we will be aware of different things, like especially non-thermal technologies. For example, irradiation, ultrasonication, this cold plasma water, plasma activated water. So whenever you learn something, whenever you learn something theoretically, you just remember it for some few days. But when you actually apply it, when you actually apply it through practical way, then you remember it forever. So that is, I guess, most important thing, and that is what happened during 5 days. For every most of lecture that we have learned here, for every lecture we had a practical session therefore. So moreover, all the sessions were informative, enriching, and fruitful. So again, I would like to extend my thanks to all the organizing team, also PhD scholars, for their continuous support and for their efforts that went into planning and execution of the workshop. Last but not least, I would also like to thank our Associate Dean and Principal of College of Food Technology, Professor Shri Sagar sir, who always encouraged us to participate in such workshop and explore the knowledge. Thank you, sir. Thank you, all of you.
Yes, sir. Thank you all. Sir.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to all the delegates here and my fellow participants. I am very thankful and fortunate to have an opportunity to participate in this GIAN course. I am from botany biotechnology background, so it was a very new thing for me. It has opened new horizons, and I have started looking at post-harvest processing and post-harvest handling of fruits from a different perspective. So thank you once again.
Thank you, participants, for sharing this amazing experiences. Now I request Professor Pankaj sir to share a few experiences.
Good evening, and thanks to the dignitary sitting on the dais, and particularly thanks to organizer Dr. Arun for inviting me for that event. And at the same time, it's a wonderful 5 days interacting with you and discussing with the different concept of the post-harvest technology. Hopefully, it may be useful in your coming research career, as all you here as a researcher, someone doing master or PhD one. But as we're looking for the research, actually, if you consider that one, if you are not directly working in the post-harvest side, any aspect of the food, the approach, what we're doing in the research is a similar way. So hopefully in the coming period, and again, if you have any queries, and you already have my contact details to check regarding post-harvest approaches, post-harvest things, even in the research side. And once again, I may already late. Thanks to organizer and for the NIT for the wonderful facility. What do you have here actually? Quite impressive one. Okay, thank you again.
Moving ahead, as a token of appreciation, we now honor our speaker of the event, Professor Pankaj Pathare sir, and I request our Professor Sabyasachi Mishra sir to kindly present the souvenir and certificate to sir. Please, sir. Thank you, sir.
So we now move to the much awaited certificate distribution of our participants. I kindly request our dignitaries to grace the event by distributing the certificates. I request Professor Ramachandra Pradhan sir and Professor Shishir Kumar Sahu sir to provide the certificates to the participants. Now I request the participants from Basant Rao Naik Marathwada Krishi Vidyapeeth to receive their certificates. Kishore Kashinath Rao Anirov. Rahul Eknath Kamble. As a part of our memory, we will be giving the photographs to the participants. Now I request participants from SRM Institute of Science and Technology to receive their certificates. Ananya Sarkar, Sehali Sen, Arun Kumar K, Matsha Prang, Abhishek Biswal, Nityashri A, Now I request Professor Vinay ma'am and Professor Khalid sir to please come and distribute the certificates to the participants. Now I request participants from Rajalakshmi Engineering College to receive their certificates. Divyashri J.S. I should say this or not? No, no. Now I request participants from Jogesh Chandra Chaudhary College to receive their certificates. Dr. Atish Sardar. Now I kindly request Professor Pankaj Pathare sir and Professor Sabyasachi Mishra sir to present the certificates. Participants from ICR Central Institute of Agriculture Engineering, Rajni Sahu. Participants from Shiksha O Anusandhan to receive their certificates. Sukanya Mishra. Pratishruti Raut. I request Professor Poonam Singha ma'am and Professor Pradhan sir to distribute the certificate to the participants. Participants from Sambalpur University to receive their certificates are Ritu Purna Nayak, Itishri Nayak, Sneha Chandra. Please come up fast. Sai Raj Chaudhary. Jitendra Kumar Behra, Prabhudatta Roth, Pradeep Hembran, Jagadibya Jiban Sahu, Manisha Lakra, Deepak Kumar Patra, Binit Eka, Saloni Mishra. Now I request Thivya ma'am and Shubham sir to please distribute the certificate to the participants. Okay. Smriti Shri Rautre, Pratiksha Priyadarshini Patra, Ishita Maiti, Sir Mr. Raut, Partha Sarathi Moharana, Mahamai Behruk, and Arpita Jaina. Now it's time to distribute the certificates to the organizing committee, who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this event a success. Starting with the research scholars from the Department of Food Process Engineering, Sibo Boro, Abhipriya Patra, Piyush Sharma, Subhi Singh, Rashmi PK, Divyadarshini Sivaraj, Rahul Thakur, Subramaniam Kadavokulu, and from Master of Technology, Shakti Shri and Yuvaraj. Shibashish Sahu sir. Thank you so much, sir.
We'll close now, and then that momentum we can give after the gift, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Yes, sir. Before concluding the event, let us capture this wonderful moment with the group photograph. I request all the dignitaries, faculty members and participants to kindly join us for the photo session. We will be having a group photo session. Apart from this, I would like to, it is my immense gratitude to thank our technical team, Toshamini Meher and Vivekanand. Thank you. Now we would be gathering for the group session. Photograph.
We have a special moment of our from students.
We have what?
Abhipraya, you announce.
Oh.